Mr. Mayor, we are on YouTube.
Well, I would like to call this meeting to order. Can we do the roll call, please? Councillor Rice? Yes, if you could say you're in.
Good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Cartmel?
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador?
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford?
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton?
Good morning.
And I'm in. Councillor Tang?
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good morning.
Councillor Prince Bay?
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Knack?
Good morning.
And Councillor Wright?
Good morning.
And I understand that Councillor Paquette is online.
Good morning.
Good morning, and we are waiting for Councillor Jens. Let us know when he joins us, Madam Clerk. All right, who would like to move the adoption of the agenda? Councillor Hamilton.
I'll move that the November 1st to 5th, 2021 City Council meeting agenda be adopted with the following change. Replacement page 6.1, City Council orientation attachment 2.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Who wants to second it?
Second.
Councillor Tang, please vote. Thank you.
I'm a yes, Madam Clerk.
Madam Clerk, are you able to display the vote?
Yeah, we just got to make sure we've got all the votes in, and then I will let you
Okay,
know.
so everybody has voted. I haven't voted yet,
Then we won't close the vote.
because I'm just trying to figure out where to go and vote.
So is everybody logged into eScribe this
Can
morning?
you count my vote in?
You would like us to manually enter your vote?
No, just give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay,
We're just waiting for 2 votes.
so where would that box pop up?
So if you're in the November 1st eScribe meeting.
Yep,
Yep, and then it should just pop up on your screen under adoption of the agenda. But if it hasn't, we can just take your vote manually. Councillor Rice is in the affirmative, and Mayor Sohi,
I haven't got it, but you can count just verbally.
affirm yes.
Affirm,
Okay, we
yeah.
have all the votes.
Got it. Thank you. And approval of the minutes?
Sorry, would you like us to display the vote?
Yes, please
Thank
display the
you.
vote.
I haven't have my screen, but I verbally say yes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Rice.
Got it? Thank you. Approval of the minutes, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the adoption of the meeting minutes from the following meetings: the September 7th, 2021 City Council meeting, September 8th, 2021 Emergency Advisory Committee meeting, September 8th and 10th, 2021 City Council public hearing, and the September 10th, 2021 Special City Council meeting.
Second?
Second.
Councillor Cartmel. Please vote.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I do have one quick question before
Yes,
we vote.
go ahead.
I just wanted to double check, so there's no errors in the minutes. I just wanted to check. I did notice that it was on the September 7th meeting, and we have at times voted by unanimous consent, and I think on the procedural ones, extension by 5 minutes, things like that, it's less important. But that one was a passing of a motion of all the unselected items. And I'm wondering, does that get captured in the open data if we vote by unanimous consent?
I will triple check, but it's my understanding when it's unanimous consent, there is no actual vote in the system, and so the data source is not there.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the reason I ask is just, I noticed on a couple of, we did it last term a bit because of technical issues at eScribe, but if we're having more substantive votes, I just want to maybe flag going forward, we should try at all possible, at a minimum, to do a roll call vote if there are
Sure.
technical issues.
Good
just
idea.
So we don't lose those in open data if people want to track what we're voting on.
Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote. Has everyone voted, Madam Clerk?
We're just waiting for one more vote. We have all the votes.
Yeah, please display the votes. Carried. And protocol items. Any protocol items? Seeing none. Items for discussion and the related businesses. So who would like to elect, you're probably electing all of them. Councillor Hamilton?
I was just going to select 6-1.
6-1. Okay. Councillor, where do I see the list, Madam Clerk? I can, okay, there it is. Karen Tang, Karen? Yeah. There it is.
8.1.
8.1, yeah.
So you don't need to select 8.1
Okay,
because
that's what
it's
I
a
wanna
motion
confirm.
pending.
Got
Okay.
it, thank you.
And Councillor, also, do we need to select 6.2, right?
No, you do
In
not.
that case, it's
It
already,
is just a request to be time-specific if selected, but it does not need to be selected.
okay. So both, so 6.1, 6.2, and 8.1 are selected then?
6.2 has not been selected, nor does it need to be, but if council has any questions, administration would be happy to answer them.
I think Councillor Rice had some questions on that, so we'll select that one. When we
That
talk.
sounds good.
Yeah,
Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Councillor Rutherford?
I was just going to select 6.2 as well, so.
Okay, got it. For debate. Okay, now we vote on the reports not selected for debate, which we have none.
There is none, so they're all selected.
Good. Request to speak? We have none. And the request for specific times on agenda, that has been already approved, right?
The request for item 6.2 has already been approved, but there is a new request for item 8.1 to also be time-specific. That was approved, or that
Yeah.
request came in after ARC.
So Councillor Tang, you want to move that 8.1 to be time specific for 11 o'clock?
Sure, I will move item 8.1 to be time-specific at 11 a.m. This morning.
Good. Thank you. Do we need a second for that?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so Councillor Rutherford, thank you. Please vote. Display the vote,
We're
Madam
just
Clerk.
waiting for one more vote.
Okay.
I think they're just voting just now.
Okay.
And we do have Councillor Wright is in the affirmative, and we have 12 votes.
Okay.
Would you like us to display
Yeah,
the
please
vote?
display the vote. It's carried, thank you. Vote on bylaws, not selected for debate. We don't have any bylaws. Okay. Councillor inquiries. Any councillor inquiries? None. Reports to be dealt with at a different meeting? None. Request for scheduled reports? None. Public reports? Cool, we're done. Now we go over to Mr. City Manager. Over to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship and Council. And for this initial orientation, we've reviewed the schedule for the week, so we're all ready to go on that. And of course, the first item is really for us to listen to the Mayor and Council. And so we're ready to do that and respond to any questions along the way. But the focus of this first session was to hear from the Mayor and Council about what you heard during the campaign and on the door knocking. So we're ready, willing, and able to listen and take your perspectives, and then we would get back to you in about 2 weeks in terms of analyzing what you've asked us to look at and demonstrate where that's either being done, or if it's not being done, how we might be able to do it and on what timeline.
So this is our ability to share with you and your team the things that we heard at the doorsteps or in our community conversations during the election, and then your team will work and come back to us in 2 weeks.
That's correct, Your Worship. The idea here was we wanted to make sure we took full advantage of the recent public engagement you've done by means of the election. And we are taking detailed notes, and then we will analyze all those things so that we can report back to you and give you an update on what is being done and what, if things are not being done, on what timeline they could be done. And then as part of that update, we would recommend where we might need motions of council to do specific things, but also be able to report back on some initial actions taking place.
Okay. Thank you. So who would like to start? We can establish a list.
If you share it, if you give it to me, then I'll make sure my team can display when it's your time. Are there any swear words in it? Okay.
Good. Councillor Paquette, you want to start first?
Oh, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So on the doors, we heard a lot of different things. As many people as there are in the city, that's how many perspectives there are. But one thread that came through pretty consistently across all neighborhoods was the concern about homelessness or houselessness in Edmonton. And one of the conversations we had at the doors was that a lot of this had to do with provincial responsibilities of healthcare and of housing, and that we have developed a plan that could effectively, and not completely, but virtually solve homelessness in Edmonton, but that we require some provincial backup on that. And to date, we haven't quite received, let's say, full buy-in. And the irony that we spoke about on the doors, and people really seem to understand this, is that the province would actually save money, and therefore folks who pay taxes would save money by, instead of just mitigating houselessness and mitigating addictions and mental health crises, if we actually dealt with them the way that we would like to do as a city, that it would actually cost less than the investment in helping. And so people really understood that. And one thing I urge folks to do is to contact their MLA and contact the province and ensure that they are engaged with their provincial representatives. So that was the number one issue right there. Folks in Edmonton feel that it is not within their values to have people dying in the streets, to have people suffering in the streets. And they would really like to see things happening along those lines, Mr. Mayor. Mm-hmm. The next item that was also mentioned, but not quite as high as the previous item, it's folks were just really concerned about economic activity across Canada and globally when it comes to supply chains and when it comes to the cost of living. So these are things that were definitely on people's minds. And I'm happy to report that the third item was more about parks and recreation. And people really wanted to see an increase in parks in their neighborhoods. The pandemic, if anything, has taught folks that they really value green spaces and opportunities for kids. And so this is the third item that folks really talked about. And the fourth item that I'll mention, and then I'll get out of the way, was just regular maintenance. People understand that infrastructure has to be maintained, and there's a cost to that. but there are some communities that have not seen that maintenance over the decades, and they really need it desperately, along with things like extra lanes where things have gotten tight, even though people do understand that induced demand of expanding lanes. And I promised that would be my last item, but I will say this, and it was actually a very big surprise to me, more and more people saying that they wanted shared use paths in their neighborhood, connecting neighborhoods and connecting across the city. So those were the top 5 issues. And so I will step back and hear what other people heard in their communities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Cartmel?
I believe Councillor Principe is next in the queue. Mayor Sohi?
Oh, yes, Councillor Principe, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor.
Need a bigger screen.
So I agree with Councillor Paquette. There were quite a few concerns about the green spaces. One of the concerns in my ward, Testawiniwak, is the city surplus school sites that are planning to be developed. There are 2 school sites that are planned for rezoning for development, which are only 3 kilometers apart. So we would like to see development delayed on that. We have other areas that are planned for development. I would like to see surplus school sites developed later on as kind of a last resort. We do need those green spaces. Another thing, the public transit. Within my ward, we have lost a lot of transit service. Many bus stops have been closed down. And with the increase in development, this is just creating an imbalance. As well, we have absolutely zero on-demand service in our entire community, which is concerning. Another concern that I've heard from many people is the excessive speeding and noise. Noise pollution has greatly increased recently, and we'd like to see a plan moving forward. As well as taxes, people are concerned about being able to afford and just affordable housing, homelessness as well, and just being able to afford paying their taxes, basically. And yes, as well as Councillor Paquette mentioned, maintenance of the roads. But I think probably the biggest concerns that I had heard were cost of living, the development of green space, and the public transit. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So just a few things, perhaps a little bit more organic and ward-focused, building on what Councillor Principe mentioned. Some concern about surplus school sites and the process, specifically on one of those, and that whole process and bucket of discussion and development. I think that needs a revisit. We heard a lot about that, particularly those neighborhoods, of course, that are going to be particularly affected by some of the potential developments in those spaces. A consistent concern that constituents had was, again, as mentioned, was speeding vehicles, but more specifically, I think the need for smaller scale, temporary, not necessarily temporary, I guess, but quickly executed traffic calming measures, chicanes, speed bumps, bulb outs. And, you know, to be somewhat provocative about it, there's a number of neighborhoods in my ward that have been around for 15, 20, 25, 30 years that know what they need in these places. They don't need a committee. They don't need a 2-year journey. They need solutions. They need them yesterday. So these are not new concepts. What is somewhat new and what is needed is execution on these things right now. That came up time and again, and quite frankly, standing on doorsteps where you can't hear the person you're talking to really emphasized the point. So traffic calming on those long suburban wide streets. Another thing that came up particularly in the newer neighborhoods and in my ward south of the Henday, I guess specifically, is the need for small-scale recreation. Typically, these are projects that are done in collaboration and partnership with community leagues, the local spray pad, the skateboard park, the basketball rim, even that single or double arena, that are just not happening, in large part, I think, because there's, at least in the Windermere area for my ward, no community leagues to partner with. And so again, that people are looking at that journey of developing a community league and then going through a fundraising effort and then trying to get matching grant, that multi-year journey to get the most simple of infrastructure investments. They need that. They need it much more quickly. So I think we need to find another process to help jumpstart that small-scale recreation in those neighborhoods. So that was a big thing, particularly in those neighborhoods that just don't have them. And I know we have a rec center queue. We've got Coronation and Lewis Farms that are out there, and we've made commitments, at least tacit commitments, to develop those projects. So there is a question there, a dichotomy of just how we're going to execute both those small-scale investments quickly and still meet those other commitments. We're going to have to talk through that. On-demand busing, this needs some refinement, and I think if we had some refinement, understanding that some neighborhoods don't have on-demand at all, we have a series of neighborhoods that have on-demand busing, but those on-demand buses are going right past the transit center that's in the neighborhood to go to LRT stations, and that's not necessarily where people want to go. Some do, but not all. And so we need to sort of break the regulation pieces up a little bit and allow people to get off that on-demand bus at the transit center that's flashing by their window as they're going to a place they don't want to get to. So I think there's potential there and there's value there. I also wonder about taking that on-demand piece and maybe adding some small element of fixed route use on those buses. Because I observe, my constituents observe those buses sitting idle quite a lot of the time. And if they're not going to actually be picking up somebody, well then do a lap through the neighborhood and pick up somebody. So I think it's not a lost thing, it just needs refinement to become a much more valuable add-on or enhancement of our standing transit system. I will stop there. I might have a couple more, but we'll make room for other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. So I guess the focus is on the neighborhoods, is what I was hearing from Wards Pomatapi residents. They're looking as well at the safety, the speeding through their areas, the accidents that are happening, looking at traffic calming measures and maybe realigning enforcement as well for a more immediate impact. There's the concern with the access with the train cutting through the Maple Crest neighborhood. And that was brought more to light on Tuesday with the tragedy that happened there. But it also highlighted the residents' inability to get out of the community with only having the one access point. There are a couple that were blocked off, unknown about. So I think that's something that we need to focus on. And I appreciate the rapid response that I did receive from administration with the background and history on that situation. Residents are also concerned for their safety, and I'm glad to see that Mayor Sohi will be introducing the motion for the anti-racism for education and learning to address that. Our bus network, the redesign, the reduced number of bus stops, not getting the connection to our long-anticipated Valley LRT line, and not having on-demand access either. But I do understand there is a report coming to council, I think, later this year in regards to that. The waste collection, everything's going to be a learning curve, just getting used to it. But the main thing that I heard in regards to waste collection was there's no accommodation being made for the larger families or multi-generational families or where there's garden suites, basement suites, nothing to address that. And homelessness as well is a concern. It's not just something that's a downtown concern. It's happening in the suburbs too, and we want to make sure that that all of our residents have a safe place to live. It is a primary security concern for them. Now, all these things cost money, but there's also concerns in regards to the budget, and nobody wants to see a major jump in their property taxes, but they also don't want to lose the programs and services that mean so much to them in our communities. I could go on and on, but I'll stop there.
Now, if we have time, we'll go into second round as well, as you think about some other issues or concerns that you may not have identified that, but you heard other council members talk about them, right? So you will have an opportunity to do that as well. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. So I want to start by highlighting that the platform that I developed was an iterative process in which I discussed with community members in the ward, released that platform in June, and then I actually did a refresh of it in September based on what I heard. So it is made for the ward, by the ward, and so much of what I'm going to say today is reflective of that platform, and a platform that I'm deeply committed to seeing through. I do have overall some of the key things that I heard. First and foremost, the bus network redesign is not working for Ward and Olnick, and like many of my colleagues, I'm hearing that across the board. Concerns specifically around distance to stops, accessibility, getting children to school, and that continues to become more and more of a concern, especially the farther north you go within the ward. There's also, again, a highlight of there's no on-demand bus network service in Ward and Olnick as well, which is concerning for many, and they're wondering why, other areas of the city get that and they don't. So even communicating that, I think, is important. Many are concerned about homelessness and the increase of this problem, especially in communities south of the Yellowhead, and Griesba in particular had a lot of conversations on the door about that due to the vacant space where there's supposed to be a grocery store, but it was never built, and so it's becoming a spot where a lot of encampments are situated. So that was a particular area of concern for those residents, but also Linear Park in in Inglewood, Sherbrooke as well, were some neighborhoods that really highlighted that concern. Many overall themes on community safety and crime, particularly a lot on theft and altercations with individuals, and road safety as well. Several neighborhoods in my ward, and I really want to also highlight that I feel a duty to share that these are the sentiments that exist in my ward, not that I necessarily carry them as well, but I'm here to be the voice of my ward. Several neighborhoods felt that the police presence in their communities were minimal, and they did not feel like they were getting any kind of due attention for the concerns they were feeling around safety. City financial management came up quite a bit as well at the door. I heard about many that are experiencing cost of living that's putting them on the brink right now, and that they can't afford much more, especially seniors on fixed incomes. There's also a perception and a sentiment in my ward, at least, that the city has been spending money on things that are not of value and neglecting the core services that they want to see affecting their day-to-day lives. So, for example, the coordination of city services was one that came up a lot, again and again at the door about, a road being paved, and then it's being torn up a month later to fix something, maybe EPCOR, and then repaved again. So they see that as a complete waste of taxpayer dollars, and something that I think we need to be better at, for sure. Many also do not feel that the road snow clearing services are sufficient for their areas, and many in my ward have talked about the fact that the roads are actually cleared only once, if at all, during a winter cycle. So that was brought up many times, and there's a lot of concern about how the snow is being cleared in relation to especially the green carts and the bins, and how, if all the snow is being piled up, they're in a crescent, where are they going to put the carts and all of those kind of things. I have lots to say, so I'm going to just keep going, and I'll probably have to do a second round. I want to highlight about and echo what Councillor Principe said around the quality of roads and sidewalks and just general infrastructure in neighborhoods. And in particular, there's one neighborhood that came up pretty much at every door, and I would absolutely concur that the state of the roads and the sidewalks are unacceptable, and that would be Dunluce. And I was surprised to see they're not even on the schedule for building great neighborhoods. So I would wonder about that. There was also an overall desire and importance to protect public services. That came up again and again at the doors as well, especially recreation services. People understand the value that public recreation provides, and they want to see those protected. I'll stop now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you. So I'll just start by recognizing that Ward Métis is, of course, incredibly diverse. We have communities both north and south of the river, and some of the challenges, issues, and opportunities that we're talking about, maybe in an Alberta Avenue or Highlands or Beverly, very different context than potentially a Bonnie Doon or Strathern, Holyrood, etc. That being said, across Ward Métis, housing and homelessness was a major priority. That regularly came up on the doors. You know, people are looking for more systemic, compassionate solutions. Permanent supportive housing in particular, I think, is obviously a direction we're moving in. Being able to lean into that in recognition that, you know, mental health supports, addiction supports, employment supports need to be wrapping around that housing model so that folks have all the necessary supports they need to start to recover. And I would also flag that a decentralized model is also really critical. And I heard that at the doors, that historically we've almost concentrated a lot of those social supports and services in particular neighborhoods. Being able to spread that out, not only is it good for those communities, but it actually helps with recovery, being able to integrate folks into neighborhoods so that they're part of a community. That's something that I heard quite often. And I think the second one I want to bring up that I haven't heard yet is action on climate change. So that was very prominent across our ward. Recognition that, again, this is a massive issue. A lot of folks are looking at their kids, wondering what type of city they're going to be leaving behind. They want to know that we are going to follow through on the plans that are set through the energy transition strategy. And of course, there's going to be investment involved in that. So I want to be, just clear that that's a priority of mine as well. And then the other one that I would bring up is around the revitalization of mature communities, because Ward Métis is all older neighborhoods. There is no greenfield build out. And a lot of these communities have actually seen the loss of key amenities, you know, grocery stores leaving, schools closing, rec centers up for closure every budget cycle. East Glen in particular came up on the north side quite often. So being able to revitalize main streets, but also incorporate more affordable infill opportunities into our communities, because a lot of people are looking at skinny homes or narrow lot homes in particular that are being built, and they work for some folks, and that's fantastic. But being able to have more affordable, accessible options integrated into the fabric of our communities, that came up regularly throughout the ward, regardless of neighborhood. And I will just get a little more granular as well with a few, I guess, particular main streets. So 101 Ave was a topic of conversation. Folks really, really want to see that revitalized. I think that there's been a huge push from the community to kind of get everyone on board around a vision for that street that's more walkable, more pedestrian-oriented, that has more retail, as well as sort of that missing middle type of development that we've talked about a lot, where there's, main floor commercial living above, and they want to see some support on the city side as well, so that that vision can actually be realized. And then I would want to mention just public and active transit as well. The whole concept of 15-minute communities ties in nicely with that neighborhood revitalization. People want to be able to walk to a neighborhood cafe. They want to be able to safely walk with their kids to school. And of course, this ties into things we're going to be talking about around zoning and land use, but making sure there's safe, active modes so people feel comfortable walking and biking around their communities. That came up quite a bit. And of course, on the transit side, I don't think I need to mention it because a number of folks have already said it, but with the bus network redesign, a lot of those more neighborhood-based routes were lost. Seniors in particular have some concerns about the accessibility in our winters and the safety of those longer distances that they're going to have to travel just to get to a stop. And then the final one I'll bring up here with 30 seconds is problem properties and vacant and derelict sites. So in the Alberta Ave area, Parkdale, Cromdale in particular, I really want to flag, there have been a number of fires, suspected arsons recently that are incredibly concerning. We really need to take a close look at that and start looking at some systemic solutions because that's just not okay. People are not feeling safe in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, and thanks for creating this opportunity for us to share feedback from our residents. You know, something that I often forget or overlook as well is that many on the doorsteps, when I ask, what are your top of mind issues, they said, oh, actually nothing. Things are good. I'm pretty happy. There was also, a real affirmation of city plan and our general direction. A lot of folks explicitly said, I'm really happy with the direction we're going, where our city is headed. And where it really seemed to come down is just in some of, again, how we're executing that vision. So as others have mentioned, housing and homelessness was absolutely at least 2/3 of people, that was their top of mind issue. I was really impressed and heartened by the compassionate response that people had to housing and homelessness, even when they were, being impacted in various ways. Edmontonians in my ward are really interested in having holistic solutions, recognizing that we need to address root causes and provide not only housing but the supports that people need to be successful. And there are some very real impacts, ongoing impacts for residents through, the presence of encampments. I'm going to flag Dawson Park in particular. Neighbors there are facing significant risk from fires. And it really struck me on a tour there, too, just the significant ecological damage that's occurring in that situation. I'm going to flag Blatchford as one of the strongest YIMBY or Yes in My Backyard neighborhoods. They really want to see more affordable housing in their community, both market and non-market housing. So interested in what the strategy for achieving the city's objectives around affordability in that neighborhood. And also a market affordability across the board. So again, concerns with some of the infill that's been happening in the ward, not necessarily moving the needle on market affordability for first-time home buyers. And that really being about having more housing options available. In terms of safety, that was one that came up over and over again as well. I think sort of a key theme there was a sense that there was no one to call, there was no one to turn to. For example, in Chinatown, the Chinatown Transformation Collaborative is actually spending $10,000 a month of their own funds for their own private security firm because they weren't receiving responses for violent attacks against their businesses. That's unacceptable to me. The Downtown Business Association also piloted their own safety initiatives. And again, these community-based efforts with, Safer Macaulay, other Reach in Edmonton initiatives are incredibly successful, and I think fantastic approaches to safety in our neighborhoods. But again, feeling that they don't have the resources that they need to be truly effective. Just picking up from Councillor Salvador's comments around problem properties as well. Another key issue in my ward in Odaemin. So there's the fact of the problem properties, but also just a significant burden on neighbors that they're the ones having to call in the issues, and then there not being any follow-up, them having to do the follow-up, and also the real risk of retribution that they face, from having their neighbors shouting at them to having their tires slashed. I will likely need a second round, but on transportation, just echoing some comments around the bus network redesign, just specifically highlighting the impact that it's had to seniors in my ward who face different barriers to accessing even the transit on demand. without having cell phones, having limits on their oxygen tanks. And if we are asking folks to walk a bit further to access transit, just recognizing the need to have clear sidewalks so that folks with mobility challenges can reach there. I did hear a lot of excitement about West Valley line, the West Valley LRT line. People in my ward are generally pleased that that investment is coming and looking for potentially even more frequent stops to enable even more people to access this new service. Excessive vehicle noise, another key issue in the ward, as well as shortcutting, and a real appreciation of the Street Labs efforts and sort of those local solutions, and just wanting to see more of that. And again, going back to the lack of coordination in infrastructure planning, and particularly so in the downtown, just as a really significant concentration of infrastructure projects happening. And I'll continue with the second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for displaying this. So for fun, I actually created a bit of a word cloud based on the data from our door knocking. And I very apologize for the readability and the messiness of it, and I'll speak to it. For those of you not familiar with word cloud, so they're the most frequent words that came up, and I've done my best to remove some of the frivolous words, like and the and that kind of stuff. So I'll just, there's lots there, obviously, but I'll just speak to some of the big ones. And I also want to flag, so when we developed our platform, it was really based on virtual conversations and one-on-one meetings with community and industry leaders. Door knocking came much later on the campaign trail, and often it really sought to validate a lot of the ideas that surfaced. And I think the mindset of people at the doors, when you often catch people off guard, they think about the most immediate needs that they see on a day-to-day basis. And so there will be some themes that's ostensibly missing in this, but that does not minimize their importance. And I think pretty much everybody here has covered a lot of these already, so I'll just add to it. The biggest is LRT and transit. They actually kind of came up with both equal frequency and the most frequent. So maybe I'll start with the buses first. Yes, the network redesign is not working, and I'm hearing so much of it from seniors, from students, especially those south of the Henday. They have to bus into the mature neighborhoods, which is a different issue that we'll get to. A lot of lower income newcomer families in the ward, a lot of folks who are frontline healthcare workers working shift work and just don't even find it very safe, in the wee hours in the morning or at night to even take transit. I'm hearing people who are Ubering to work that is 15 minutes away, but it will otherwise take them an hour and a half by bus. Seniors taxiing to their appointment. In particular, they're very worried about what's going to happen in the wintertime. I'm not going to belabor that point. I think the others have spoke plenty to it. I think some of the concerns not only brought up by riders, but also some of the transit workers who live in the ward, I've heard a lot around safety. And again, similar to Councillor Stevenson, people are very compassionate, but they also want to feel safe. In terms of the LRT, Valley Line delayed. That is a big issue. Quite frankly, a lot of people are very excited. They're very, very excited to take the train to school, to work. But people have also been living with this construction for over 5 years, and there's so much enthusiasm, and I think a lot of that construction is slowly killing it. There's some very specific construction issues in terms of raised sidewalks or raised, I think, station platform that is really negatively impacting people's quality of life. And, kind of at a point where people are wanting to move out of the neighborhood that they've come to love. So there are some specific ones that I'm happy to raise with the specific team. Yeah, so that's, I'm sure I'll come back to it at a later time, but transit and LRT, I can't stress enough how important that is. And one more thing about transit, kind of south of the Henday, there is, I think we've already heard a lot of demand for routes, et cetera, and of course, on demand. There's just a lot of gaps that needs to be filled. And the next theme I wanted to talk about is kind of infrastructure renewal, the construction, sidewalks, back alley, all of that kind of fall into one category for me. North of the Henday, in Millwoods, older neighborhood, and so people have been facing some of those, I would call crumbling infrastructure for many years. And similar to what Councillor Rutherford had mentioned, people see microsurfacing in some neighborhoods, and a few years later, it's being done again. Meanwhile, other parts of Millwoods have not seen anything for a very, very long time. And I think it's that inequity, it's very noticeable to people. And one point about construction, I can't see how much time I have. Thank you. You know what, I'll stop there and I'll come back for a second round.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Hello, hi, good morning, everyone. I prepared what I heard during my campaign, and specifically, and then during door knocking and interact with people in person, and also some online survey and from residents across the world. So I prepared everything put together, and then so on the sheet, and then Arlene is handing out. Thank you. Specifically, from the first one, the physical responsibilities, I heard lots of residents say that they did not give City Council a blank check. And so specifically, there have been numerous tax increases in recent years, and the residents currently have low desire for further tax increases. Specifically, and then there are 3 points, and I heard most is about, and stop spending large sums of public dollars and to revitalize downtown and instead invite in our local neighborhoods. Secondly, and get infrastructure project right the first time, so work does not need to be redone. And the third one is consider return on investment on every public dollar we spend. The second, for the municipal responsibilities, I heard lots of residents say we should focus on daily quality of life in neighborhoods. For example, keep our neighborhoods, streets, and sidewalks well maintained, and also increase frequency of snow removal specifically inside the community. And then not only in the bus, the major roads, and also provide weekly collection of garbage, and based on our new garbage collection system, and people complain about 2 weeks. They want to return to the 1 week. Another one is urgent needed for the infrastructure. This actually impacts the daily life of our residents in the community. And the common voice of residents needs to be heard, and for some basic infrastructure. So I give the 5 examples already on my list. So the first one is traffic lights, including the pedestrian crossing needed at intersection of Alice Road and Grand Hill. That voice, even 100% I heard from residents in that neighborhood. And the second one is crosswalk related to cross Alice Road near Alice Road Baptist Church. And the third one is a fixed pump in Road in Collingham that shakes houses every time a bus drives by. So this specific resident and then talked to me, and she contacted the city for many times, and 3.5 years passed and still not fix it. And every time when bus drives by, and her house shaking. So we cannot imagine if we live in that type of situation for our life. That's really impacted the resident of our community. So the fourth one is replace all sidewalks in Blue Quill Estate. That is one specifically older neighborhood under my ward. And then the fifth one is reopen road access to Hansley Handy Drive from 119th Street in Twin Brooks. So I have lots of things. I may not get chance to speak in first round. I may need the second round as well. So because my ward is the huge residents near south side, they would like to recreation center with a swimming pool and a spring park needed South Alice Road, such as near like DeRoche's or Chappelle area. And also playground needed in the new neighborhoods, and the bike lanes and shared driveway are not well received that from the voice from many residents and in-state, and they would like to focus on well-connected multi-use trails. So another one is public transit. So public transit and public transit is very important. And recent change results in some areas being serviced and others under services. And I think I have lots of things to say, and then I'm leaving, I stop here and for my second round and leave the time for other councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
All right, I think many of my colleagues, new and returning, have done a really good job of highlighting sort of the common themes that we heard on the door. So I'm going to try and fill in some of the things that perhaps haven't been mentioned yet. Infrastructure. There was an acknowledgement, I think, that infrastructure in the city was a core service. It's deeply important. And I think we've made a lot of really good progress on the accountability front, but that message isn't getting out in terms of the dashboard and the PDDM model. So that made people a little bit shy about some commitments that that council has made going forward. I did hear an overwhelming demand to see more alleyway renewal. And actually, if I sort of could pull out a theme, it's when we talk about fiscal accountability, that comes out, but people don't mind seeing, residents don't mind seeing money spent if they can see the benefits of it. So when it comes to those core services and the value in the neighborhoods they live in and the things that make them feel better about their community, about the city, they felt that was a worthwhile expenditure. So to that point, a lot of people would really like to see an aggressive commitment to alley upgrading. There's also a need for clarity on neighborhood renewal. As an example, there's one neighborhood where half the neighborhood was done in Parkview, as Councillor Knack would be aware, and then the second half on the east side of 142nd Street wasn't completed, and they don't know when they're going to actually get their neighborhood renewal. And it's the same, technically the same subdivision. And a lot of complaints or concerns about sidewalks and people really just wanting to know when it was going to be fixed. That was, I think, the second piece, sort of broad thing that I would say we heard, is that if people reported a concern or a piece of infrastructure or something that needed to be done, they weren't always communicated back with. And if it wasn't going to be done, the reasoning wasn't necessarily really clear. So that ends up being a really sort of overarching theme. Waste management, I think we've talked a lot about this. A lot of people are adapting to the new source-separated organics program, but they would like to see more opportunities to, they'd like to see bigger green bins and more opportunities for that grass, leaf, and yard waste. And some folks who find that they're in violation if their card isn't set out properly, it's not always really clear about why they're in violation. And it can sometimes go on for a couple weeks before they're able to get some clarity. So that can be hard on some people with some other barriers in place. And a sense of disproportionality. In some areas, I heard that the biweekly waste pickup works really good for them, and that they don't really need a bigger green bin. In other areas, they felt it was disproportionate to their needs, that if you have a lot of boulevards with mature trees, of course you're doing a lot more cleanup than perhaps neighbors in newer neighborhoods. I heard an overwhelming love for our river valley, and an appreciation for the respite that it's provided a lot of people during the pandemic. People were looking for more opportunities to enjoy it, looking for more amenities like seasonal dining and recreation, but with limited sort of permanent structures. And concern, this was a new one for me, concern about the amount of people who are using the actual North Saskatchewan River without experience in watercraft safety, and what the city's role is in business licensing to make sure that if folks are going out on canoes or stand-up paddleboards, that they're there's good outcomes there. And there's also concern about neighborhoods bearing the burden of increased recreation traffic close to the river valley without support from the city. And I could draw on some really immediate examples around parking and traffic, but I think that's something that we're seeing up and down the river valley. I have more to say, but like my colleagues, I'm running out of time, so perhaps I'll come back on a second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we have a slide. This is not complete yet, so there's about 2,533 entries, and we're going through them all, so this is where we're at so far. But this is the top 20 that I've heard to date, again, recognizing this will adjust depending on where we're talking about. So this is citywide, and then I have very local neighborhood by neighborhood issues, which I won't share on the slides right now because we're still going through them. The first issue is actually not listed on the slide. We didn't include it here, and that's actually the vast majority of people I talked with were actually generally happy with the overall direction of the city. And I felt that was a little self-serving to put it on the graph because that was what I've heard, that there was good direction from the city plan to a number of other things that have been underway. There's issues around how we communicate some of that, but overall there were people who had stated that they liked the general direction. With that said, these items that we had highlighted, the first one was the Valley Line West LRT. The vast majority of residents very excited to see it. There are some who are a little more concerned, but more around the construction and not around the project itself. There was fear that there could be a chance that it would be canceled, as there was a bit of conversation during the campaign. I don't think that's going to be an issue at this stage now, but it was something that came up quite a bit at the doors. Housing and homelessness came up in every neighborhood, whether it was mature or suburban. There are encampments across every single community, and like many of my colleagues here, what I was really encouraged by was the passionate response to that, was the desire to see the right supports and the right housing for everyone. And while there are impacts to the community while those encampments can exist, it wasn't a please remove this from my neighborhood. It was, how do we support our neighbors who need help? So that was really, really encouraging. Infill came up in a lot of mature neighborhoods, both those who really love new options and new choices and want to see that greater variety of choices that we've heard about, which I think would be addressed through our zoning bylaw renewal. And then still many who have concerns, some concerned about infill in general, but more so those that have concern were typically concerned around impacts of construction and how we better enforce that. While there are some neighborhoods that have seen really good enforcement, others it still feels inconsistent. Traffic safety, I think everyone has talked about that a lot already. Some communities in the ward have already gone through street labs and loved it, and thankfully it was a very quick process from start to actually implementation. It was about 2 months in one of my communities where they have about 8 locations and it's working well. I actually think we're going to need to resource that properly because I think with the amount of communities that signed up, we don't have enough funding to do all the communities we would want in a timely manner. City spending came up, similar to others, that desire to see support for good services, but at the same time recognizing people are feeling really strained. The non-residential side in particular, businesses, small businesses, and worried about how we find that balance at a time when there's a lot of struggle going on. Crime and safety, and this is where something like having a localized chart would be really interesting, because I think most of that bar graph could be allocated to 110 Avenue along the communities of High Park and McQueen, where we had 8 years ago formed up Project Watch with the province to help address some concerns with motels that were in existence. And now that that project team is gone, things have started to come back up. And it goes back to this housing and homelessness piece. The province needs to stop putting people up in $1,500 a month hotel rooms without supports, and actually give people supports so they can thrive. And that's not happening, but that was very localized. How am I doing on time? We can pull the chart down, I think, at this stage. I just want to give a...
Okay, I will do.
And then we can, that way I can keep track and not. While we're waiting, infrastructure maintenance, similar to what I've heard from a lot of others, investing in sidewalk renewal, investing in neighborhood renewal, very localized. Certain communities, like have been mentioned, have a couple communities left in the ward that have seen no neighborhood reconstruction. They were technically bumped for good reason from an overlay into reconstruction, but it's that certainty of when reconstruction is happening, while at the same time some neighborhoods have now seen 2 check-in points under neighborhood renewal, and how we can make sure we're doing that. I'm running out of time, so I'll stop here and then maybe go on to a second round on some solutions and some ideas that have come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Everybody had one round, so I'll share some thoughts as well. So, Councillor Wright, if you could take the chair, please.
Yes, I take the chair.
Thank you. So, I'll talk about themes and try to bundle what I heard in those themes. Overall, as Councillor Knack has mentioned, people really value the services that city provides, and they want us to continue to provide those services. I think there's a high level of satisfaction in those services. Yes, there are pockets that we will need to work on, particularly on the bus service and waste collection, and some issues around grass cutting and cleanliness of the neighborhoods, and lack of localized amenities. But overall, there's what I got from people, there's a good satisfaction. What I noticed is that those people who have access to services are generally very happy the way cities being run, and those who don't are dissatisfied. So how do we deal with that inequity of access to services? We heard a lot about environmental sustainability and climate change. As Councillor Salvador mentioned, this is something that a lot of people are worried about, particularly young Edmontonians. The equity issues about racism, lack of safety is another issue that I heard a lot about. I spoke about public services, sorry. Economic development, that's huge, even though city may have very limited tools, but people are worried about their well-being and the well-being of their families, and they want to continue to have a life here. And they need access to good quality jobs and businesses to thrive. And social issues, houselessness, mental health, addiction, poverty. These are the issues that are on people's mind, and other council members talked about them. People want us to take action on those issues. At the same time, they want to make sure that we're getting the value for money. So the fiscal sustainability of the city operations, and the city uses our resources. So those are the kind of broader themes that I heard about. I also want to highlight a few other things, and please do not see them as in any way a slight or anything, right? Because we want to work with you as a team, and I believe that the more we are open and transparent with each other, the better team will be built. We will build. I heard a lot about the culture of the organization. I heard a lot that the culture of our city organization is not really enabling people to be successful. And I heard that a lot about from the business community, that somehow we are there to manage them, to control them, instead of empowering them to be successful in this city. So that's one. We also noticed a divide between people's perception around, is city going in the right direction or the wrong direction? The surveys that we conducted, almost 48% of Edmontonians felt the city was going in the wrong direction. That could be a perception issue too. I think we need to somehow measure that, and we need to move the needle on people's satisfaction, because there's a lot of good stuff going on. We just need to make sure that people have. I heard a lot from business leaders that somehow they don't feel their contributions are being valued, or they don't have access or say in how they can influence city decisions. So that's something need to figure out. And COVID, that's another issue that is on a lot of people's mind. People want us to continue to provide leadership on those. So those are kind of broad themes that I heard about, and we can go into detail. I'm pretty sure there will be many opportunities for us to talk about those issues. So I will move the second round.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Please vote for the second round of questions.
Mayor Sohi?
Yeah.
Shall I return the chair to you?
Yes, please.
No, sorry.
Oh, no, you can't. Not yet.
not yet.
Until
Okay.
now you have to ask for vote to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask to vote, please?
Thank you. We're just waiting for 2 more votes, Deputy Mayor. 1 more?
It doesn't show my screen. I vote yes.
Okay, thank you. We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Can you display the vote, please?
And that's carried 12-0.
Now, can I return the chair to Mayor Sohi, please?
Thank you, Councillor Wright. We'll go to our second round. We'll start with Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. And perhaps just building on what you were just saying, Mayor Sohi, I think we all heard these general themes, and I think that there's perhaps, people looking for leadership on those bigger things. They don't necessarily have a solution set, but they see them and they're looking for us to lead, through some of these things. So I'm not going to repeat those bigger items. Just building on a couple of the smaller ones that are more ward specific, and just building a little bit on Councillor Hamilton's suggestions around waste. Certainly heard a lot about requests for perhaps more variety in bin sizes and perhaps a review of the collection schedule. Yard waste being one of those things. But if there's perhaps a larger menu of bin size and bin fee and bin collection, that we should explore that. That did come up quite a lot. One thing we haven't talked about yet is naturalization. This came up a lot in those neighborhoods, particularly the newer neighborhoods, particularly the ones that have these stormwater management ponds. By and large, the people in those neighborhoods are not supportive of just letting those pond areas grow out and effectively abandoning them to go to seed, and that's how people are perceiving that. They're not necessarily looking for the city to solve that. They're looking for opportunities for partnerships, for ways to maintain what they bought into, some of them 2, 3, 4 years ago, and they're feeling essentially abandoned on that. We need to revisit that whole naturalization piece. There's certainly a budget element to that, but it needs a conversation before we do anything further on that. I feel very strongly about that because people do not feel heard in those neighborhoods about the areas that are literally right outside their backyard. So we need to think about that. And I think we're seeing a little bit of the overlap of all of these sort of conversations. We talk about 15-minute neighborhoods. In parts of Ward-Pahesawin, 50-minute neighborhoods means that small-scale recreation. In other parts, that means conversations about infill and specifically commercial infill. We talk a lot about residential infill, the skinnies, the missing middle, that kind of a thing. But we have not talked a lot about yet how we add a coffee shop or a dry cleaner or a daycare into that same infill mix. So that's part of that conversation, I would say. And finally, a bit of an overlap. There was some talk about security and safety and talk about transit, but perhaps we need to focus on where those overlap. I heard a lot from constituents about the safety of transit and feeling safe on transit, particularly a transit system where there's not a lot of that casual supervision that comes with typical ridership. A lot of those buses only have 1 or 2 people on them, and particularly at night, particularly in the dark, not everybody feels safe on that system. So I think we're going to have to talk about that and focus on that. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Cardmell. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. So picking up in terms of looking at the downtown construction, also really closely linked to downtown vibrancy. So that was something that I heard from, sort of across the ward. A lot of people feeling really invested in the downtown and how that rebounds from the pandemic. So that includes having activities, having vibrancy, and feeling safe in the downtown. Picking up on some of my colleagues' comments around taxes, I also heard a willingness to contribute to the public good, but wanting to see the return in value for that. That was particularly the case in areas like Oliver and downtown, where there's sort of a sense that, as we look at a yield per acre in tax revenue, those neighborhoods contribute a disproportionately high amount of tax revenue, and then feeling that those communities aren't seeing the commensurate investment in their neighborhoods. Touching on the idea of the city culture, I think I certainly also heard, the city still feeling like an obstacle rather than a partner. So I heard that from businesses who were still struggling with permitting processes, even being told that, these expanded opportunities for sidewalk patios, that those will be rolled back. There's sort of a threat hanging over businesses that, this is only for the pandemic, it's not going to stay. I also heard that from community leagues who, I'm thinking of Spruce Avenue, for example. They've been spending years chasing deficiencies from their neighborhood renewal, rather than being able to focus their volunteer efforts on building a strong community and connecting as neighbors. They're having to chase deficiencies in the pavements. Similar with, say for Macaulay, they're spending a lot of their time organizing community cleanups instead of, opportunities to connect in communities. So having to fulfill those basic services rather than having the opportunity to be supported by the city to do, community-focused work. It's come up, a few times as well around climate change. So absolutely hearing that people want to see action. I think that the perception I had was that people feel a bit overwhelmed by climate change. They don't know what exactly needs to be done, but they want to understand that action is being taken and have a clear line of sight about what leadership the city is showing in that. Similarly, I would say that's a similar take I had on reconciliation and anti-racism. Those are really important issues for Edmontonians, but I think many of them are grappling with how to tackle those. So looking to the city for leadership. And on that theme, a lot of positive feedback and gratitude from residents about the leadership that the city took around the pandemic response and keeping our community safe. That was, I heard many, many times that they were pleased that this order of government was taking action. So gratitude for that. I'll pick up on an item that came up earlier as well in terms of infill. So I think there is a sort of growing acceptance of infill and the role it plays in revitalizing our mature neighborhoods. But absolutely the construction impacts of infill continue to be an issue. And again, a sense that the city is maybe kind of washing their hands, and the response that both businesses and residents tend to get is that this is if there's damage done during construction, that it's a civil matter. So looking for the city to play a different role, potentially looking at, going so far as requiring construction bonds for sort of inexperienced or builders that maybe don't have a positive track record in terms of causing damage during the construction period. And I think that I will leave it there, actually. Yeah, lots of really similar themes, and obviously lots to delve into in the coming months. But again, just wanted to close on, many people are very happy with the direction that the city is taking, and just looking for some strengthening of how we're delivering that vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe I'll just add to some of the things that's been said. A few things that's kind of love and hate. You know, you talk to everybody, it's almost, you know, some people love it, some people hate it. Speed limit, speeding. But I will say overwhelmingly people are quite concerned around speeding, us to Councillor Carmel's point earlier. One thing about road safety, especially in some of the newer neighborhoods, they are denser than the mature neighborhoods. With that density also comes with a loss of street parking. And then a sort of loss of vehicles concentrated in certain roads that affects visibility and affects road safety. So lots of concern there. And I was also surprised how little people knew about initiatives like Street Lab that could, you know, certainly address some of those concerns. There's no projects going on in the Southeast. And some of the ideas people brought forward are extremely low cost and worth trying. I think my only concern there would just be, you know, beyond sort of jumpstart an idea, how do we make sure some of these, if they take hold, how do we make sure that they're sustained? COVID, the mask and vaccine mandate, you know, I would say it's overwhelmingly supportive, even though, you know, it's very controversial and very divisive. But generally, people are pretty concerned about healthcare, but happy that the city has taken the leadership. And the waste is also kind of, some people love it, some people hate it, and particularly young families, I would say, with toddlers. Lots of diapers, seniors, and I think there are services specific for seniors, but also just very little knowledge about some of these specific services and group homes, widows and single adults. And I think some of those varied fee schedule that Councillor Carmel had mentioned could potentially address this. One thing I would just say, compared to my experience back in the 2017 election, some of the issue that came up much more frequent and that's very noticeable for me was homelessness, housing, and poverty in the Southeast. Many more stories about people sleeping next to community halls, in bus shelters. But it also highlighted this point about a lot of the lack of services in the Southeast. And there's also concern about lots of families are losing their jobs. They're still living in their homes in the neighborhood, but very invisible. And many people not know where to turn for help. And I think more frequently compared to my experience in 2017 was the issue of Indigenous reconciliation as well. And I was really heartened to have some of those discussions at the door. There's greater awareness, I think, especially with a lot of the tragedy that was uncovered over the summer. Seniors' taxes, certainly, you know, businesses' ability to sustain themselves. And I think on a point of taxes, you know, people recognize the importance of taxes, but sometimes when they don't see, for example, snowplow, not even once in some of their crescents and cul-de-sacs, people are really concerned about how are the services being delivered for the taxes that they're paying. And finally, I just want to touch on policing and crime. Petty crime came up quite a bit, and you know, policing tends to be the first thing people raise when it comes to, you know, safer neighborhoods. But you know, a bit longer conversations at these stores also surface insufficient neighborhood capacity. So I think building that capacity with some of the initiatives going on, including with Reach Edmonton, would be really beneficial. And finally, schools. No high school. You know, families move into a newer neighborhood with the school across the street, but they're still busing them back into mature neighborhoods. And I think this is tied, though not as prominent theme as some of these smaller recreation facilities that some of the other councillors have mentioned. So I think we need to look towards different kinds of innovative models to meet some of these needs. And sorry, and my final point, I don't love the word customer relations when it comes to, certain services, but I think there is that element that people want to see, that they don't see enough of that people-centeredness. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you again, Mayor Sohi. So just to reiterate what some of my colleagues have been saying in regards to the snow clearing, not coming into the neighborhoods, and the petty theft, as Councillor Tang had just mentioned, and maybe creating more of an awareness and education program of how people themselves can combat that, the petty theft going on in the neighborhoods. The idea of naturalization under the auspice of environmental sustainability, I think some people felt was somewhat of a cop-out. And so addressing that again in those neighborhoods that have those storm ponds. In some of our older neighborhoods, they've had great attention to resurfacing on their roads. They've come in so many times that now the roads, especially in Dally Grove, are level with the sidewalks, so which creates a problem with spring thaw. They aren't able to, without snow clearing, they aren't able to come in or they aren't able to keep their sidewalks clear of the ice and snow. Let's see, with the area that we had, the land that was annexed from the Leduc County, there's been a lack of maintenance on their roads, specifically 17th Street, and I don't know where they sit on the priority list of work to be done out there, but that is something I would like to find out. Concern with recreational green spaces, fees potentially being increased at our rec centers. We had a great partnership with the Community League and the Meadows Rec Center the past couple of years, which really helped people find things to do with the pandemic going on, and that was with the community garden boxes. And so that was a real success. It was a way to bring the community together. So I think people want to continue with those type of activities. And again, more walkable communities, as many of my colleagues have already stated. And again, with the community leagues, working with the community leagues, working with neighboring municipalities to promote Edmonton. Let's see. And then also on that sort of same note, advocating to other levels of government for joint responsibilities or for responsibilities that do belong to the other levels of government. And I think Councillor Paquette mentioned it right at the start there, with the supports for homelessness and other community supports and programs. One thing that I'd like to say about the Edmonton Insight surveys that are being done to gather feedback, and I was speaking with, is it Katrin from Communications? And I think there's about 12,000 people that do contribute to those surveys out of a population of almost 1 million. I think we need to ramp that up a bit, and also extend that out to the diverse communities, whether it be the community having a spokesperson that can bring their concerns forward, and so we get all that input into those surveys. And I will leave it there. I reiterate, I think, everything that all the other councillors have been saying, though.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few more ward-specific comments. I just wanted to flag, it was low on the list, but the Lewis Farms Rec Center, it's because I was in some of those new areas, and I know we're in this struggle of this is likely the last of the really large ones. Coronation is fairly large, but and yes, we're tight, but at the same time, we built out these communities in a very specific design, and I don't think there's a way to try to create 3 small rec centers in an area here. So how do we make sure we're still advancing some of these large-scale infrastructure projects, but at the same time recognize that we've got budget constraints. So I appreciate that reality, but just wanted to flag that something that we don't want to be waiting 15 years to fill gaps in one area, because if we do go through that prioritization list and we're waiting 15 years just to get to Lewis Farms, it means everywhere else in the city is 20 and 25 years out. So I don't think that's a good solution. Construction fatigue, just flagging that, and Mayor Sohi might remember that in late 2014, we did more than double our arterial roadway reconstruction budget to start catching up after decades of underinvesting. But there is a bit of that fatigue and parallel roads being under construction and how we can better manage that. And since we've seen the overall numbers come down for the percentage of roads in poor conditions, how can we start better planning out that construction? And garbage pickups came up a lot. So I want to touch on some broad themes, particularly related to, and I'm going to use garbage as an example. So showing empathy when we make a big change in the city. Garbage is my perfect example. We were one of the last in the city to have it. We had a 2-week grace period, which meant that right after the first pickup, the next one where the garbage bin was literally half an inch open, we said, too bad, we're not picking up your garbage. And when you're going through such a large-scale change, to not have that empathy with residents feels very much like a slap in the face to them, and I think makes them more resistant to big change in the future. If we're not willing to work with people on big changes, why be open to a big change? I'm going to emphasize what Mayor Sohi talked about, which is the culture of the city organization. I do find that I still heard from far too many community groups, business leaders, and actually city staff at their doors who felt like they are not empowered to make quick change. There's one story I remember in particular I think is worth sharing, but it's one small example of what I heard on a consistent basis. Of somebody who's worked with the city about 12 years, and in the past, they had the ability to, if it was a $200 solution, just go and do it. Now they have to go through 3 layers of management to get the okay to do that, and that's problem takes. And so instead of solving it that day when they had the ability to do it, it's a 3 to 6 week solution, and they do not feel empowered. And that was unfortunately a little more consistent across many areas. And so I have specific examples that I'm not going to share publicly, but I'd like to sit down with ELT at a later time and share some of those examples. Broad themes as well, the 15-minute communities. So this is touched on, I like what Councillor Cartmel. So this is the solution. If we're going to have this, we need local commercial opportunities, and this is going to be on council through the zoning bylaw. But it's also an operational piece. So we've heard a lot about snow removal. We've heard a lot about transit. So if we're going to complete 15-minute communities, if we're actually going to put that into action, we need to be willing to resource the operational services, and then we need to make sure the policies reflect that localized opportunity. So, we just updated our snow removal policy, and it still doesn't talk a lot about residential snow clearing. And so if you want to walk to your neighborhood grocery store in the winter, good luck. I mean, truly, if you can't drive, I still find the city is not safe enough. Now, it's not administration's fault. This is council's fault and a resourcing situation, but it is a broad theme that I heard that we need to resolve in the next 4-year budget. Economic development came up a lot from folks in the business community. I think the regional work, this is, I think, something we have to give great credit to previous Mayor Iveson for, and the legacy of the region working together. I think there could be an opportunity to really take that and expand it more broadly across the province, and making sure we're working together as a collection of municipalities. Maybe making a formal working relationship with groups like the Calgary region. AUMA is now doing some work, and they'll have a committee starting up this year around economic development. So how do we make sure we formalize that? Another big theme was frustration with the provincial government in handling a number of files, and a thankfulness of the city for stepping up. I have 2 more, but I'm out of time.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Salvador.
All right, thank you. So just to reiterate that I've heard from colleagues so far. So taxation and cost of living, folks want to make sure that we're keeping public amenities, services, that's really important, but at the same time, keeping taxation manageable, especially given the context of the pandemic right now. And the other one is safe streets. So there was an allusion to sort of the need to expand Vision Zero Street Labs. I absolutely heard that as well. I think that you have to have sort of that dual approach. If you're going to be reducing speed limits, which is absolutely important, you need to be able to follow that up with some design interventions to actually change the feel of the street so that it's really safe by design, if you will. And then one that I haven't heard yet that I think is just imperative, and that I heard not only on the doors, but in conversations with business leaders, BIAs, is the opioid crisis. So people are dying every day in our city. And yeah, in conversations I had, particularly with EDs of BIAs, there's been like 10 overdoses in a day. And that has a huge impact on the safety of the district. Not only is it about the health and wellness of community members, but it's also about the viabilities of our main streets, of our economy. So being able to provide some advocacy up to other levels of government is going to be critical there. And some more ward level issues that came up, parking pressure around the LRT. So folks are quite concerned about what that spillover could look like into our neighborhood. So just being able to take a proactive approach with some parking management strategies, which I do know is in the works, but whether that is time-limited parking or resident permitting, people just want to know that we're getting ahead of that. Another one on the north side of the river is, of course, exhibition lands. So that is a big concern for folks. They want to know that we're going to be moving forward with that as soon as possible. Right now, it's, a vacant site. People want to see it activated, and there's also some concern around the interim uses of exhibition lands. There were some conversations around having sort of rolling events and concerts without a ton of conversation with community. So just need to make sure that that communication is flowing in both directions, but in general, accelerating that timeline. And then the final one that I'll just bring up is just vacant school sites. So Ward Métis has a number of vacant school sites. People are asking questions around, this is really in the center of our neighborhood. It's kind of a hub. What's the future of this site? Are there ways to, in the interim, have temporary uses in the actual school building? And I recognize there's complexity with transitioning from school board to city. And then in the long run, being able to have conversations about what could potentially be redeveloped on that site so that we're balancing both green space, but also, moving towards that 15-minute district concept, being able to integrate mixed-use development into the heart of some of these communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Sohi. It's so important to ensure our citizens' voice be heard at City Hall. I think I'm honored and very thankful I have this opportunity to share their voice, not my own voice, their voice, what's their concern, what's their needs. So due to the time limitation, and then some points may not reflect what I spoke today, and then but people can check my platform because my platform is fully developed based on the voice I heard from my ward. In terms of public transit, like I mentioned earlier, recent changes result in some areas being over services and others under services. Specifically, there are three common concerns bring to me at door, and the first one is that every household should be with a 10-minute walking of a bus stop. And so I have example and in specific community, and then also consider the solutions that are more cost-effective than LRT, and such as repair bus services. This is lots of voice come in, and also put an end to idling and buses and entrance is like the entrance of the neighborhoods. And for example, to neighborhood McEwen and then Bracket Mud Creek, and then people concerned about their user entrance, the public transit center. And then that's create lots of noise and air pollution, and then for them to impact their quality of life, like daily life. So a lot of community safety issues, and then specifically I heard people talk about how we can strengthen partnerships between Edmonton Police Services and neighborhoods. And because we have limited resources and from EPS, and we have priorities and for EPS to perform, but community safety is a huge issue and for many residents to concern about, and specifically as thefts and in neighborhoods has been on the list, and something needs to be done about it. And then also speed limits and in the residential area and some specific resident area need rethinking, and also support our homeless prevention programs. This is a lot of my colleagues mentioned as well. And then supporting the local business. And I heard so many people, and then just our local business, our citizens, and talk about the permit system needs efficiency overall. And so that means business leaving our Edmonton, and because it takes too long to get the basic permits. And then aim to have permits proceed as quick as in neighboring communities such as like Beaumont and Sherwood Park, Leduc. That is what I heard people mention that. And also for this specific, we have citywide concerns and needs, and also we have neighborhood-specific local issues, and the city needs to listen to residents and keep its promises. So I heard lots of concern in the Edmonton South Center, and just 2.5 years ago, just Alex was promised no significant tax increases, but the reality is operates. I don't understand the more detailed information at this moment, but I do need more information later on and to discuss that issue and that concerns I heard and from my residents in the ward. And another one is rezoning in Rochefort and infill in Cohaven were done and without community support. And that is what I heard. So in terms of caring for green spaces, I think everybody loves green spaces. And green spaces must be protected and maintained. And some of my colleagues all mentioned that. And every neighborhood needs green spaces for parks and nature areas and sport fields and general quality of life, and for the relax and for the farming time. And also city needs to regularly cut the grass and in all green spaces other than just generally protected nature areas. Because what I heard at the door and people talk about, sometimes they complain about the grass not cut it, and then city told them that is a nature area. And so I just want to make sure and we cut the grass. And I want to emphasize, and this, I looking forward and to collaborate and with our city council and administration and to ensure the voice be heard properly. And so this is not my voice today, and then it's my responsibility to ensure our voice and from our words and citywide to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
So just to be clear, Councillor Jans hasn't had a first round yet, if you wouldn't
Has
mind.
he raised his hand? Okay,
He
Councillor.
has asked us to add him to the speakers
Okay,
queue.
okay, well, Councillor Jens. Go ahead.
Thank you to my colleagues, and I think building on a lot of what has been shared this morning, many of the concerns that I heard on the doors were many of the concerns that you heard, but I think it's very important to contextualize the election period in what was an absolutely brutal heat wave. And I think many of us that had many residents talking more, some for the first time ever, some for the 100th time, about action on climate change and the need for us to change our the sustainability not only of our communities for the folks who are out in the heat and need support, to the homes that we live in and making them more energy resilient and fulfilling the actions that our experts have recommended and committed through the energy transition, to changing our transportation modes and helping tackle some of the largest sources of emissions in our lives. Heard significant frustration, obviously, on many provincial issues that are outside of the city responsibility, but when the U of A, for example, is cut and 700 or 800 jobs are lost, that's the largest employer in Papasteo. That's a major attack on Edmonton's economic resilience into the future and potential for diversification. The widespread support for what Mayor Sohi's first motion that we'll be talking about later on in this session, about building a welcoming, inclusive, anti-racist city for all. Action on the drug poisoning epidemic, which again for Papasteo, especially for many of us, but I know particularly in my ward, is a major concern. And almost everyone has a loved one or a story of someone close to them who has been harmed by drug poisoning. Major concerns as well going forward, just about opportunities in our development, both concerns around fulfilling the ambitions of the city plan and building up and not out, but also just making sure that we have solid enforcement and great great carry through on the development that is happening in mature neighborhoods, and to make sure that we can hold bad developers accountable, but also make sure that the density that we're bringing in fits the context of the community, is pleasing, and has a great process to welcome it. Lots of support for living active and active transportation strategies. I joke in my family the two happiest days during the pandemic were when the playground opened again and the library opened again. And I think for many, the third piece would be the dog parks. Hearing that so much about that local neighborhood infrastructure is so critical to the success of our communities, and how many of us, we're not going to be traveling internationally. We're not going to be going on grandiose adventures. Really, getting to know your neighbors just down the street at the playground is more important than ever. So many of the other items on my list, I would add as well. Opportunities ahead, but if I had to sum it in one thing, I would say the last council had a reimagined vision that saw some cuts and challenges to services, more of an austerity approach that we would have seen, closures of city pools, closures of treasured infrastructure. I think our council has an opportunity to reimagine again, coming out of the pandemic, what a municipality can be, and how can we push the envelope in terms of thinking about public services and what a robust public network to support communities that we learned are so critical during the pandemic, what that can look like for our city, whether it's like Toronto is exploring public internet, helping families who internet is a need to have, not a nice to have, to other services that were previously privatized, that there may be opportunities for the city to step in and use our collective purchasing power to help build the health and welfare of communities.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you. So I think it is important to reiterate what others have already said, because I think that belates as well the importance of those topics. So I do again want to iterate the theme of the importance of the river valley and park spaces in general. Absolutely. And I think we have some examples in my ward, which we talked about the other day, of maybe where some green spaces were sold off and it's causing major problems now. And so I definitely agree with Councillor Cartmell in needing to revisit some of those processes. I'd also like to highlight that Ward Inolnik has some of the highest neighborhoods with the urban Indigenous population. And so absolutely the importance of the work of reconciliation, the Cancel Hospital site, maybe even looking at some of the outreach and the work we do around engagement of Indigenous folks is huge and came up at the doors a lot. The theme of inequity has been brought up by many of our colleagues here today, and I think it's really important to note that inequity is across many different areas. So for example, the sentiment of the North, like it or not, is that there's an inequity in services for the North compared with prioritizing other areas of the city. And I'm not saying again that is my opinion, but that is definitely the sentiment that exists within my ward. And I'm sure that my colleagues in the North would agree with that sentiment being there. And I think there's also inequity in terms of services around what I was seeing in my ward, with higher income neighborhoods getting certain prioritization and lower income neighborhoods not getting the same level of attention and service. So I do think we need to look at that from an equitable perspective. Support for community leagues and the infrastructure at the neighborhood level is essential as well. And some ward-specific items that I really want to highlight is the CN rail line and the noise. I know that is, again, federal jurisdiction. I do think we have new representation in Edmonton Griesbaugh at the federal level, and I'm excited to work with him on looking at that issue. Waste management in high-density residential also came up, because right now it's out of scope, where it wasn't, they're not doing the composting, and so that came up as well. And also some things around the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program. Specifically, while it's out of scope of that project, many are concerned about the pressure it's going to put on 118th Avenue and St. Albert Trail specifically. which I can imagine we are already aware of, but I don't know what the solutions there are or how we are working with the community to address those. They also want to see, right now Yellowhead Trail is seen as kind of a bit of a barrier for other modes of transportation across the ward, so from getting from the north to the south. And so we need to see an opportunity here with the Yellowhead Trail Freeway Conversion Program to be considering other modes of active transportation across Yellowhead. In my last minute and a half, I want to also highlight areas where I saw a lot of tension and a lot of disagreement across my ward, because I think that's just as important, and especially when you're talking about engagement and where we might need to spend some more energy and attention on engaging and having dialogue at the community level. I did have a lot of folks that were polarized on the issue of bike lanes. Some absolutely supportive, love it. Others slammed their door the minute, I said I was supportive of bike lanes. And that's the reality. So we have a lot of work to do there, because that's what I don't want to see, is more polarization and fracturing, quite frankly, of communities on certain issues. The new bins, again, was sort of polarized in terms of some people really liking it, liking the 2-week schedule, others not. And yard waste, which was, I think, mentioned by Councillor Hamilton as well. The response to COVID, yes, many did agree and were grateful for the city taking a role, but others in my community felt that it was a bit overstepping. And again, this is not my perspective, but it's a perspective that's important to bring to the forefront, because it is a valid perspective that's in the community. The environment, there was a lot of agreement on the fact that there is a climate crisis and that we need to be doing stuff. It was the how we're going to be addressing the environment and how specifically municipalities can be addressing. That was where there was disagreement. And lastly, police funding and infill were the last two. I know I'm a little bit over time, but these are really important to state. Many were supportive of reductions in police funding, especially when that funding would go towards more preventative or different responses to issues. But many were also very concerned about the reduction of police funding, because as we've all mentioned, community safety is already a concern, and many see the reduction of police services as very concerning in terms of how will we continue to have community safety. So that's one that I saw a lot of polarization on. And then infill as well, same as what my colleague said, not so much on the principle of infill, but on the how of the infill. Definitely not agreement across the ward on that one.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Councillor.
much.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Madam Clerk, we do have 11 o'clock time specific, but I would like to go through the 3 speakers that we have. Can we move that to 11:15?
Yes, if you'd like to.
I'll make a motion that we move the time specific to 11:15.
If you could just pass the chair over to the deputy mayor, we can take care of that.
Councillor Wright,
I'll take the chair.
can anyone second my motion?
Second?
Councillor Tang, please vote. Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, you are the chair. Sorry.
Thanks for giving me that cue, Mayor. Please vote. And Madam Clerk, I'll vote in favor.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Can you display the vote, please?
Yeah.
It's carried.
And can I return the chair back to
Yeah.
Mayor Zoe?
Thank you. Okay, back. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I would like to mention, as Councillor Rice did, that I am a voice for my community. I'm standing here, or I guess sitting here today, as a voice for my community. And fiscal responsibility was a concern. And also, as Councillor Rutherford mentioned, the public service jobs, city service jobs. A lot of people were concerned about privatization. And, in the spirit of true transparency, I will explain my position and what I believe where we can make some changes. And If we were to consider privatization, an area where we could is possibly the city-owned golf courses. And what we could do with the city employees that are employed there, we could look into transitioning of employment within the city still. And as Councillor Salvador had mentioned, decentralized homelessness, I agree with that sentiment because I've always said that homelessness is not just an issue of money or mental health or drug addiction. It's also, there's also a sociological aspect to it. People like to feel like they belong to their community. And once you expect them to move away, because of the COVID pandemic, we've seen a lot of people face struggles, and expecting them to have to leave their community because of homelessness is just, you know, that's something that we have to really do our best to avoid and try to make sure that people can still be a part of their community. So I think we need to consider that. And this is very granular, but it is a timely matter. Someone has brought this to my attention. Once again, this is in the spirit of transparency. Someone had mentioned to me that there's a contract gap in the recycling of mattresses, and which could likely lead to mattresses being disposed of in the landfill as opposed to being recycled. So I think it's a matter that the city needs to look into right away, please. And once again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who provided feedback today. And thanks to administration for hearing us out and for really taking notes. It's not lost on me that the work of administration is directed by council, and the city that we have is one that has been, in large part, shaped by previous councils. So, I mean, we heard about speeding, lighting, crosswalks, traffic enforcement, all sorts of things. In my ward, we've also got excessive littering and dumping along rural areas, especially McConaughey and 55th. You know, I could spend the next 4 minutes going in greater and greater detail about every single aspect in my ward of things that could be improved. And I think there would never be an end to it, because that is the nature of reality. There's always room for improvement. So the fact that we're talking about these things and not more serious things that plague other cities is actually kind of quite heartening to me. And when people walk out their door, they want to see their taxes work. And maybe they do every single day. In fact, they absolutely do without even knowing it. And that's one of the strengths that this city provides, is the fact that a lot of things never go noticed because they are simply working well. But one thing that hasn't been mentioned, or maybe it has, but one thing I loved about being on the doors this round is that what you really hear is the love people have for their communities, the love they have for the city, the love they have for the sorts of things that they enjoy every single day. And that's really heartening. You know, our job is to find things that we can fix, but it's also to find things that we can build upon. And having said that, I think, you know, I made a list of a lot of the different things that people were mentioning, and attached to every item, I sort of did my own little shorthand of what the cost would be to address that item, and it mounts up. So just a reminder to council, and also a comment to admin. I understand that we could actually do everything that everyone wants, but we also have to consider how we pay for it. And at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. The values of council will be reflected in the budget. And that's something to really deeply consider. It would be wonderful to be able to do everything. But as I said, there is absolutely a cost implication for every single item we undertake. And that's complex, and I'm sure that the complexity of all of that will be addressed in administration's response to all of these things. The balancing of needs and wants with the reality of our fiscal situation. And so, for example, in my ward, absolutely, people would love to see complete transit coverage 24/7. Can we afford it? Yes, if we raise taxes, we can absolutely afford it. But where do we find that balance? And that's really the art of governance. So, you know, I'm not going to get into every single item that I heard from every other councillor, but I will say that it's nice to hear that people have heard their residents, and now the challenge of council work will begin. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. Just some sort of residual notes I had. You know, I want to say that I heard a lot of appreciation for the individual work of city employees. There's always the perception of waste when it comes to government. And of course, some conversations about levels of management and consultant. But I do want to say that I heard appreciation for individual acts of service and the helpfulness of city employees. And that sort of rang true in every neighborhood that I door knocked in. When it comes to something as like the city plan, you know, I heard concerns about the city plan and the limits on greenfield development when a single family home ownership is still something that a lot of families aspire to. There's skepticism about the long-term population projections. I've seen the math, but not everybody believes that we're going to be a city of 2 million in 30 years. And I think that comes down to understanding, or a lack of understanding, a clear line from where we are to where we're going and how we're going to get there. And for some people, they see that as, you know, I think another theme of us straying as a city from our core services. We need to communicate that a little bit better. I heard about flexible land use opportunities. I think Councillor Cartmel brought that up. I thought that was that's something that I heard about as well. And really, you know, I heard the bike lane stuff as well. What I would sort of summarize a lot of those concerns as is that the city has articulated a really clear vision for where we're going to go, and the mechanisms, the infrastructure, the population that we need to get us there. But some people, and increasingly I hear, people feel that there's a sense that the city is moving on without them, and that they're an impediment or an obstacle to that progress. And that can make people feel really defensive, like the things that they've spent their life working for, whether it's living in a single family home in the suburbs with a nice backyard, or having 2 vehicles. They feel like they feel personally attacked by that. And I know that's not true, and I know you all know that's not true, but when we talk about building a city for everyone, I think sometimes we forget to acknowledge that those things that people work really hard to achieve and are valuable to them are still valid and valuable, but there's people who are also being left behind. So how do we bring those folks along as well? So and coming to issues like public safety and a sense of connectedness, I think those all kind of work together. and not trying to intrude on Councillor Stevenson's area, but I heard a lot of concern about our downtown and economic revitalization in the city and our recovery from the pandemic. Of course, that old specter of us falling behind Calgary came up a lot. And real questions on how we're going to get out of this. I didn't hear any real answers for it. I didn't hear strong suggestions, but they were looking to this table, the people sitting around it, and our administration to help navigate the city through a really significant economic downturn and fear of what the city is going to be in the next 20 years. So that to me represents a really huge opportunity as well for some creativity. I know there's some incredibly smart people, not only around this table, but within administration, who have probably some really cool ideas coming forward. So perhaps I'll leave it at that. So thank you very much for listening today.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. So, sir, you heard a lot, your team heard a lot. This lot that you have to go back on and report back to us in a couple of weeks. Maybe when you come back, if you could identify immediate things that we can take, particularly, concerns around downtown that are real, safety issues, businesses struggling, and other issues that you might have heard as well, right? So, look forward to hearing back from you on those. Just can't emphasize enough the power of empathy and compassion. When people call you for something, that might be the only time they may call city. And if they don't get that quality response, if they don't get that empathetic, compassionate response and listening ear, then you lose that person for maybe on a permanent basis. And that's how they kind of become disconnected from the city and then start seeing whether they're getting value for money. So you heard a lot, so look forward to you come back to us in a couple of weeks. So thank you.
So thank you very much, Your Worship and Council, and if I could just say that everything you put on the table here is very helpful to us from a focus perspective. I would say I'm particularly delighted that, of course, as we were preparing for this, I think we see a lot of common ground so that the 13 platforms we have will soon become a council platform for the city, which I think is very hopeful for us. We listened, we wanted to listen first, and this is going to be very helpful, and we'll be back to you with our response to this, but we do see a lot of hope and excitement in how we can respond, and I think we can work together on getting all of this done. It'll be a matter of pace and priorities and resources, but we really appreciate everything we've heard today, so thank you very much.
No, thank you, and appreciation to your team as well. They have a lot of work to do. Yeah, cool. All right, so I'm going to give chair to Councillor Wright in 1 minute. Oh, there was nothing here, right? Okay, got it. We have 2 minutes. You can go ahead, right? On that motion? Okay. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I will take the chair, thank you.
Yeah. So, colleague, this is the notice of motion that I gave at our inaugural meeting, and I would like to move this motion today and seek your support. And I'll read the motion into the record that administration work with Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the BIPOC community in a collaborative decision-making way to develop actionable items and a comprehensive strategy on anti-racism that addresses, number one, hate-based violence and supports for communities experiencing hate and violence. Number two, championing anti-racist and anti-violence initiatives to the provincial and federal government to secure resources and support, and advocating for legislative tools. And number three, work with partners to support and amplify anti-racist educational initiatives and the responses. And I understand Councillor Tang wants to second it. Sorry, I can't ask that, it has to be asked by.
Do I have a seconder?
I'm happy to second this, but I guess a point of order. Do we second first and then ask questions, or?
Yes, in order for the motion to be on the floor, it needs to be moved and seconded, then you can ask questions and start debate.
Well, I am happy to second this motion.
And so the speaker queue is open, and so I'm not sure, Mayor Sohi, if you've got any more comments or if you want to move down the speakers list?
Mayor Sohi, did you have?
I just want to talk about the importance a bit about this motion. Maybe I'll do that during speaking, Madam Clerk, but I'll speak, maybe I'll say more about that when I close this, right? And, this is something that we heard over and over and over again in conversations with Edmontonians, various perspectives on this. People want to feel that they belong in this city. They want to feel that this is their city, that this is the place they can feel safe. They can walk out in public places with dignity, and that they have the respect that as human beings that they deserve. So that is the kind of the gist of the motion that I have brought forward. I'm pretty sure all of you heard similar sentiments from Edmontonians. So will that, Madam Clerk? And I'll speak to it briefly at the end.
Thank you very much. And should we open it up to questions?
Yeah, so the first on the list is Councillor Paquette.
Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I don't actually have any questions. I think this is a good motion, and I believe it ties into some of the work that past council was engaged in. And so it looks like we're going to be getting some good responses based on what we've already got in the works. And this adds another layer to it, which I'm really appreciative of. I will mention that some people may wonder, like, why is this important? And to me, one of the often overlooked parts of dealing with what some might call social issues is that social issues tend to become economic issues. And there are a number of economic factors at play when we have a community that is sort of torn by attitudes that we may not always appreciate. And one of those is simply investment. People from other areas of the world, people from other areas of the continent, taking a look at different cities and seeing where they feel either their money is going to be safe or moving their family is going to be safe. So we're talking about young, educated professionals, and we're talking about people who are catching up to a new world. And so this helps get us there. And, I don't actually have any questions, as I said, so I'm taking my time to speak to this. And this is something that each councillor can choose to do if you've never been speaking to a motion before. So on a personal note, I will say that for those who may be of the impression that racism isn't real, I can absolutely assure you that it is. My family, we are the survivors of residential school. We are the survivors of legislation intentionally drafted to destroy our communities and our culture. I am a descendant of those who literally fought for their right to exist. And in fact, I've had family members die and murdered as a result of some of these attitudes. in our streets in Edmonton and also in Calgary. So, on a personal note, I'm really grateful for this motion. And if it leads to initiatives, if it leads to policy that leads to increased safety for everyone, then it will be a work well done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Next, we have Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Paquette, for your comments. Certainly lots to resonate there with myself. I have some comments, but also some questions, so I'll just kind of spill it out all at once. I guess that is something I've also kind of heard on the campaign trail, comments on both sides. Both, this is not an issue. You've placed too much emphasis on it, or the other way around. How do we protect our hijab-wearing sisters and women and girls so that they can do the everyday things that we all can do, like waiting for the bus or going grocery shopping. So I am very heartened by this motion. Partly, I've watched the city over the years jumpstart many initiatives, but this is really the first time I've seen a bit of a comprehensive strategy citywide. And there's a number of things that I want to touch on that I am hopeful that, over the next many months that these discussions will touch on. I think racism and hate is incredibly complex, and every community experiences in very different ways. Anti-Asian racism, for example, looks very, very different from anti-Black or anti-Indigenous racism. And there's also the issue of lateral violence and racism, which I myself have experienced as well. And I hope, a strategy like this will be brave enough to also and to talk about those issues as well. And of course, these things don't happen just in our neighborhoods, in our streets. It happens in our workplaces, in our schools. And I will be curious to know, what are some of the coordination and partnership with other institutions, like the diversity and inclusion strategy for our own workforce within the city, but as well as the school board having who has done some work when it comes to collecting race-based data, and so institutional partners like that. One thing I was curious about is how does a strategy like this interact or intersect with other existing initiatives, including the Community Wellbeing and Safety Task Force report that, there's a lots of conversations and recommendations related to anti-racism, as well as End Poverty Edmonton, that has a quite significant component when it comes to anti-racism. And in addition, I think, Councillor Paquette, you're still, thank you. Oh.
Sorry about that.
It's okay, thank you. And one last piece I want to just highlight, I've seen that on the next Community and Public Services Committee meeting that there's the issue of the public place bylaw that's coming up. I will be curious to know how that might, since that bylaw will come forward for reading before the strategy, how will that be integrated into the strategy? I would think that something like this would strengthen that particular bylaw. And I just have a small friendly amendment in terms of just starting each bullet with the consistent verb. For example, a comprehensive strategy on anti-racism, that column addresses hate-based violence, champion anti-racist and anti-violence initiatives, and work with partners to support and amplify. And that's it. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. So with that friendly amendment, do we have any objections to it? The rewording? Thank you.
If we could just get that in an email, that would be super helpful. Thanks.
And then before we move on, so this is the time for questions. I think we all want to provide our comment to it, but if we could proceed with questions first, and if there are none, then we'll move on to just comments. Yep. Councillor Stevenson, you have a question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just a very short question around, developing an actionable items in a comprehensive strategy. Just wondering if we also need to be identifying resources as part of this work as well, just to ensure that when we come up with a plan that we are committing to the resources to implement that plan as well.
Yeah, if I could, Councillor, that will be absolutely part of our response to this. I don't think it needs to be written in the motion because we want to focus on the action, but we will absolutely provide an answer on that as part of our work.
Great, thank you.
And I don't know if it's out of order. I do have a couple of answers for Councillor Tang's questions.
Proceed, please.
So, Councillor Tang, just in answering your two questions, first of all, on the intersection, I believe this intersects with everything we do in the city, and I think that will be one of the greatest challenges of doing this. We're up for it, but making sure we intersect with all aspects of city work in the same way that we do with GPA plus analysis in the city's work. And so everything that's on the table, like community safety and well-being task force response, we'll have to look through all of those things through this anti-racism lens that's clear in this motion. And then the second one on the specific question about the bylaw, I think we have to look at all the lenses of things that are in the work. My recommendation would be we carry on with those amendments because they're important, actionable amendments today. And that's not to say we may not strengthen them in the future as a result of the work we do on this motion. But we don't want to delay anything that's already in work because it's good and it's actionable and it's we should do it.
Thank you.
If we could just work down the speakers list to clarify who actually has questions versus who needs to speak to the motion, please.
Councillor Rutherford, did you have questions? Okay, please proceed.
Yes, I actually have 4 questions. 2 with regards to the actual wording in the motion. First of all, was there a specific reason why under the point 3, educational initiatives and responses was specifically highlighted rather than just leaving it more open-ended for that collaborative process?
Yeah, so this speaks to the work that needs to be done within the organization as well, because there's a lot of education has to happen within the organization, also within the community. So we were looking for some ways that what are those educational initiatives may look like.
Yeah, and I agree there should be educational initiatives. What I worry about is with putting the word educational initiatives and responses, we're only going to look at educational initiatives and responses rather than saying amplify anti-racist initiatives and responses that could include but is not limited to education.
I think that will be friendly, Madam Clerk, if that amendment needs to be made.
Yeah, and if we can just get, we're just getting
Yeah.
a few extra comments and we can consolidate it all into the single document.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then my second question is just around, does this fall within scope of the public engagement spectrum? So when we say collaborative decision-making, we're in that third sort of bump of the spectrum. Is that just my understanding correct?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to on the third bump. I think from our perspective, we're going to work very closely with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and other BIPOC communities. Given the, I think the timing at which we want to get this done, I think there will be a longer term ongoing engagement, but that I don't think we can wait to get some of this work done with those folks that we're going to work with. So I think the longer term engagement might not come in the first 100 days, just given the speed at which we want to move on this motion. But we're open to that direction. I don't know if, Catherine, you want to add anything to that?
Just to augment that, the short answer is that is precisely the space that we'd be occupying in these conversations, that co-creation space.
Great, thank you. And then I maybe missed this somewhere along the way because of what you just said, Andre, but what is the timeline specifically for this motion?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's not in the motion, but I'm certainly, our plan is very much that we've got to work on this within the first 100 days. That's the spirit of it, but it's not written here at this point.
Because my one caution with that would be, understanding when you're engaging and at that co-creation and collaborative space, I also want to make sure it's not on a timeline that's unreasonable to produce the quality of work that we want and to make sure that those voices are actually heard. So I know there's a tension there, and I just want to shore up that tension because I wasn't sure what the timeline of this was.
Yeah, and I think the best response that I could offer at this point is we know that this council wants action on this, and we know there are some things that we can action in the coming weeks. I think we all know that we're not going to solve racism in 100 days, but we think it's really important to get some actions, and so we are on a timeline that we've already chatted with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee. We've got some specific actions in mind that we want to bring back to council with more fleshed out, but we think we can do some things almost immediately based on the work. So I think it's a matter of not necessarily identifying a hard timeline, but making sure we maintain momentum on this very important action constantly. And so by us coming back to council on a routine basis, we can do these actions, then we do more actions, and we keep focused on this and make sure that it does not get lost and that we maintain the momentum.
Okay, because that is a bit confusing to what I'm hearing in the reading of this, where it says a comprehensive strategy on anti-racism, right? But what you're talking about is actually an iterative process. So when I read this, I hear we're going to get a package that's going to be a strategy that's very comprehensive and ties in, which in 100 days I think would be really challenging given the marginalization of the groups you're trying to engage and really augment those voices. But if what you're talking about is an iterative process, I think that the motion needs to change, just to clarify that.
Understood. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We are getting close on time here, and so if I can just ask people to attend to their questions, and later we can provide comment if we need to adjourn this to another time or another day, we can do that as well. Yes, Member Jans?
I still have a question if
Okay.
we're going through.
So Councillor Salvador, did you have a question or comment?
My question was also around timeline and the need to, whether or not we're going to explicitly lay that out in the motion, but that was answered. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I had more of I had timeline question as well, and so then I will move to Councillor Jans for his question.
Thank you. Well, I'm hearing that the intent of the mayor is to move very quickly and wants to see action on 100 days. I'm hearing also an intent to do this right. Is the mayor open to some sort of amendment to the 100-day timeline, like having a preliminary report back or something in advance that would still have this? Also, would the mayor consider a friendly amendment that this, instead of this being delegated by council to administration, that this be amended to say that actually have a council lead in this, like led by council or led by a councillor, or the same way we appoint a councillor to End Poverty Edmonton or something else? Like, if this is something we all care so passionately about, should this actually be a mayor's initiative led by the mayor and have a greater hands-on in this?
Yeah. So my thought on this is that we need to do something immediately because people have been, they're just tired of us doing study after study after study. But I also recognize that anti-racism work is not just one event, it's an ongoing process. That's why Councillor Rutherford's question around strategy and having that comprehensive plan. So the way I envision this is that administration will come back to us with some immediate actions, but also a long-term strategy. At that time, we can debate it and give more set direction on how we want to proceed with this. And at that time, we can also talk about council initiative, something that we will be talking about anyways, right? Because other council members have other areas of focus that they want to work on.
I'm wondering as well whether it would be helpful to have maybe a point number 4, because, for example, when councils, Is that for us?
They're coming for you.
Yeah, it's coming close, yeah. When council had the, End Poverty Edmonton Game Changers, racism was identified, and there were recommendations. When the Safer for All report came out, there were 14-plus recommendations. Would it be helpful to have a consolidated list of, in the different work we have done previously, these have been all of the recommendations. We already have recommendations for action over and over from community in many of these cases.
So my understanding is that's exactly what administration wants to go as well. And when they come back to us, they will have all those intersecting initiatives and programs and what is happening in the city. They'll put it in front of us as a package, and from there we can build on it.
That's correct. We have several initiatives like the Community Safety Wellbeing Task Force that is also coming back in the first quarter of 2022. And part of this analysis is to make sure we highlight the context of all of that and what is being done, what has been done, and what is being done parallel to this as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And that's it for question? Sorry, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, I jumped in at the last second. I just wanted to, from a process perspective, see before we start speaking, can we get all the final
I'm
wording?
just trying to gather them, and then we'll make sure that they get up on.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure we have that before we start. speaking to the
Absolutely.
final. Thank you.
I have a point of order. So in this case, do we do like a stand at ease for a minute or something like that? Do we get in my other life when the when administration were collating or something, we would the chair would call a stand at ease for a minute. You can sort of go get a coffee, wait for the meeting to reconvene.
No, we're ready. We're just going to put it up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay.
I was able to get that. Thank you very much. There were just two very small friendly amendments.
And I guess my last, there's the due date. Perfect, thank you. Those are all my questions. Actually, sorry, since my time is still up, I know for our very first motion, do we want to already get in the habit of using first quarter or actually providing a specific month? Because I think it has in the past been the suggestion of administration and for the benefit of council not putting a quarter, or else everything might get piled up at the end. So, if it's friendly, I would say let's say February. The status the administration has the ability to make changes to dates if they can't hit it, but I just don't want to get in the habit of putting quarters. So if it's friendly, I'll say February.
Do we have any objections to that friendly amendment? All right. We'll go ahead with that then. Thank you. And Madam Clerk, do we reread the motion then?
You can if you want. I would say if it could be read into the record just before it's voted on, but at this point in time, if you'd like to go back to the speakers list of those who want to speak to it, and then we can read it into the record just before the vote's called.
Okay, thank you. And we're speaking to it, not questions. Thank you. Did anybody want to request to speak?
We're going to refresh the screen up for you. Sometimes when we go to second round, it needs a minute. So we've just reactivated the request to speak. If anybody would like to speak to the motion.
Move or do I close it, or I can speak in it?
Yeah, you should close.
Okay.
We've got two speakers so far. I've got Councillor Jans, followed by then the mayor.
Councillor Jans, did you want to go ahead?
Thank you. While I think many of us have different ideas about what we think this should be shaped as or what it should look like, or maybe some other amendments or changes to the motion, I think fundamentally when we look at the mover's intent, This is absolutely something that I know many of us have heard about, that I know our community has been very loud and clear about that, and I know our administration is definitely on board with that we absolutely want to fulfill commitment and action in this area. So I'm very excited to not only support the mover in this motion and initiative moving it forward, but also for I think an acknowledgement that this is only the beginning, that this will be one of the first steps that our new council is taking, but understanding that we'll see this weave throughout the next 4 years. So while I may have a few different suggestions or amendments here or there, I'm not too fussed about that at this time. I think we'll have an opportunity, I'm hearing, to engage through this going forward and to bring other partners with us. So thank you again to Mayor Sohi for bringing this forward, and I will certainly support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Next, we have Mayor Sohi.
If we could perhaps go to the mayor at the end and move on to Councillor Stevenson.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. I'm very pleased to speak in favor of it because addressing racism in our community is vital for all of us. Racism takes so many forms. In recent months, of course, we've been hearing about the marked increase in reported cases of hate-based incidents and crimes across our city. Attacks on Muslim women have been happening in public places and in broad daylight. There have been threats to mosques, synagogues, gurdwaras, have all received threatening calls and letters, and some experienced vandalism with hate symbols. COVID-19 pandemic has also spurred anti-Asian racism as well. And we know that so many of those types of crimes don't even get reported. They go unchecked, uninvestigated, and unresolved because there are so many communities of color that feel disenfranchised and unempowered. There's a lack of programs and support available to those who experience these aggressive, often violent, and hateful encounters. And there are also the less dramatic but no less insidious incidents of racism that happen on a daily basis. These instances of racism can be harder to see until we look at the systemic inequalities across our society, where a disproportionate number of racialized and Indigenous peoples experience poverty, as highlighted by End Poverty Edmonton. Racism is also an ongoing barrier to building better relationships and working effectively with our treaty partners. And ending racism is essential to meeting our commitments set out in the city's Indigenous framework. The health, safety, and well-being of residents is paramount, and it is incumbent upon us as elected officials to work with affected communities and our partners across all orders of government to develop strategies and mechanisms that can address these systemic issues and support all Edmontonians. So I'm happy to support this motion as a first important step for this council's commitment to anti-racism and building a safer and more inclusive Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Before I speak to the motion, I would like to turn the chair over to the acting mayor, Councillor Tang.
Yes, I accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
So, Mayor Sohi, I'm just so happy that you've brought forward this, living in our diverse, not only community and neighborhoods, but in the city itself. I think this is so important that we address the safety of our residents that are facing racism. Speaking with a woman in the community, outdoor knocking, there was concern for her children wearing head coverings that they were going to be targeted going to school or just even going out and playing in the community. So I think it is something that we definitely need to address. And also creating more of an inclusive community as well. I think it's ideal that we learn from each other and we celebrate our differences. That's what I found working and living and volunteering in the community. So I do support this motion to build a more a collaborative, collaborative Edmonton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright, and I turn the chair role back to you.
I take the chair. And so since I've taken the chair, I will ask Councillor Knack to speak to the motion.
I believe Councillor Salvador.
I'm sorry.
Thanks so much. So first I just want to thank Mayor Sohi for bringing forward this motion. And I think we've heard through the listening session this morning that racism and discrimination came up with regularity on the doors for a lot of us. And it's really clear that this is an issue that demands immediate attention and action by all levels of government. The rash of hate-based violence that we've seen over the past year has been incredibly disturbing and alarming, of course. Community members are being threatened, harassed, attacked in our streets while they're out for walks, while they're waiting for the bus, even while they're just simply sitting in their cars. And I remember reading an article that described some of the additional safety precautions and hypervigilance that Black and racialized Muslim women were living with following some of those attacks. And it's heartbreaking to know that friends and neighbors and loved ones, co-workers are living in fear just for existing in our city. And after months of door knocking, it also became very clear that Edmontonians want to build an inclusive and compassionate city where everyone feels safe and like they can belong. And that's not a reality right now, but I think that the work that's going to follow from today's motion will move us a step closer to that. And of course, building in Edmonton for all of us does depend on being actively anti-racist. And it depends on us as a council being able to set the tone on day one that this is a top priority. And I believe that's what we need to do today. So I am, of course, fully supportive of this motion, and I look forward to seeing tangible, actionable items brought forward alongside a more comprehensive anti-racism strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Now, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to start just again by thanking Mayor Sohi for bringing forward this motion. It's obviously incredibly critical work that needs to happen. That's, we've seen, as was just mentioned, hate-based violence occur in our city, and that needs direct action. And I want to focus a bit of my time on something Councillor Stevenson was talking about, but some of those, what might not feel like as terrible incidents, but I can think about, unfortunately, not many, but enough doors this election where people were willing to tell me to my face that they weren't going to vote for a mayor who was brown. And that people actually felt comfortable telling me that. And they didn't think much of it. And so, again, recognizing that was by far and away the minority of people, a very, 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 very small percentage of people. But the fact that some people are even willing to say that out loud to somebody at their door shows just the sheer amount of challenge this issue creates and how to properly address this. Because there's obviously something that has been built into those individuals' lives over the years that they've come to that point, that they feel for whatever reason that they couldn't vote for someone like that. And it's hard to respond to that at the door. Yet you have to, because you can't just let that go unacknowledged, but you want to try to find a way to see if you can make a breakthrough with that person. So my first reaction wasn't that, I can't believe you would say that, you are a terrible person, I'm leaving right now. It was, how do you try to make a connection and uncover what has got that person to that point? So I know this body of work, that won't be solved right away, but I just wanted to raise that as something that, as we think about this body of work, how we work to connect with every Edmontonian who might have developed this sense, this position, which is clearly wrong, but they've gotten to a point where that's where it came up. So, this troubled me over the campaign when I ran into situations like that. So that's why, to me, this body of work is so important, because it's things like that if we don't address it properly, can then go further into serious crimes, serious hate-based violence. How do you make a connection and stop that? I know there's groups that are doing that work in the city, the Organization of Prevention of Hate. They've done incredible work in the city to help try to find and make connections with people, meet them where they are, and then start to work from that point. So thank you for bringing forward this motion. I don't claim to have the solutions here. I know that this will be a long body of work. But I think if this is something that we are serious about, we should be willing to support this and take immediate action and then make it a priority over the next 4 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rutherford?
I too want to echo what many of my colleagues have said, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this motion forward. It's a very important motion, it's a timely motion, and it does need action. You know, one thing that I want to highlight is, you know, the work of anti-racism is in large part systemic. These are not always those one-offs that Councillor Knack was talking about. It's the way our system currently is built to create opportunities and sometimes disparities based on the color of people's skin. And as much as we don't like that conversation, the reality is that I, as a Caucasian person, am racialized. I'm racialized as a white person. The way I experience the world, the way I can go into a grocery store, and I don't have to ask for the receipt when I leave because I know nobody's going to stop me at the door and ask if I paid for my groceries, is not completely, but in part because of the color of my skin. And it's a hard conversation that we're going to be leaning into in the next 4 years and with this motion forward, but it's an important conversation. It's one that requires courage, and it's one that requires all of us, including the people sitting on this side of the table, to approach with humility and a willingness to learn ourselves where we might be racist and have those biases in our own work. So thank you so much for starting this conversation, for starting this action, and for setting us on the path to really building that Edmonton for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Thank you for this opportunity to speak about this important motion. I do want to say, and based on my own experience, this motion will be aligned with our country's value about the diversity and inclusion. And thanks, Mayor, to bring this motion to. And also, I would like to take this opportunity to share my appreciation and to all the Edmontonians and our communities, our societies, and because they have the good understanding about anti-racism, and then that is the one of the reason why I'm sitting here right now. And even though I'm one of the 4 BPAC member on the City Council, I do want to take this opportunity to appreciate the opportunity and also to appreciate the great work our city administration did, and for the inclusion and diversity process, and also the initiatives. I'm totally support this motion, and also I'm looking forward, and based on this motion, our city will move to the direction and for the safe and diversity and inclusion city for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. And I believe our last to speak is Mayor Sohi.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And this is really a start of a journey for all of us to be working together to build a city where we all feel that this is our home. And Edmonton has been my home for 40 years. I'm very proud of this city. In most times, I have always felt that I am welcome in this place, that I can thrive in this place. But I do want to share an incident with you that happened about a month before the election. I was door knocking in Millwoods, and this gentleman whose door I knocked on came out. First of all, they refused to acknowledge me, and I gave him my elbow shake, and he right away told me that he refuses to be touched. And then he had something to say about my past party affiliation. That was fair game. That is okay, right? Then he started questioning my commitment to this city and my ethnicity and my culture and how terrible it would be to have someone like me be in the mayor's seat. I kept my brave face. I've been here for 40 years and I've been through worse things in my life, and I thought I could handle this. I went home. All of a sudden, it struck me. It struck me that if instead of me at that door, if there was a racialized woman or a hijabi woman or someone else interacting with that person, how would they feel? How would they feel to be discouraged to be part of this community and contribute to make this city a better place? And that is the experience of many, many people in our city. And that is the reason that I brought it forward. And I'm touched by many comments from council members. And we're going to have very healthy conversations around this. When I think about anti-racism work, I don't focus much on punishment. I don't focus much on, yes, you need to hold people accountable. But we also need to bring people together with us. As Andrew Knack, or Councillor Knack was mentioning, that person probably, who thought that way, felt that he has license to talk that way. But how do you bring that person along on this journey? That we build a society, a compassionate Edmonton for all of us. So this is a very important work. But racism is also intersecting. You cannot tackle it by tackling it alone. You need to tackle issues around poverty. You need to tackle issues around trauma. And you need to tackle issues of colonization that indigenous communities have faced for centuries, and issues around lack of housing and all those things that we will be tackling as a community. So I really I hope that all of us will be able to support this motion, and I look forward to the report from administration on actionable things, but also long-term strategy that we continue to move path on this journey together.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Madam Clerk, who reads it into record?
You can.
Okay, thank you. So the motion put before us is that administration work with the Anti-Racism Advisory Committee and the BIPOC community in a collaborative decision-making way to develop actionable items and a comprehensive strategy on anti-racism that addresses hate-based violence and supports for communities experience hate and violence, champion anti-racist and anti-violence initiatives to the provincial and federal governments to secure resources and support, and advocating for legislative tools, and to work with partners to support and amplify anti-racist initiatives and responses. The due date for this report back from administration is February 2022. Can we put this to a vote, please?
Is Councillor Hamilton online? We have all the
Yes,
votes.
I'm here, Madam Clerk. Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Can we display the vote, please? The motion is passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So, Mr. Mayor, just before you recess for lunch, if you wouldn't mind just moving in private, subject to Section 17 of the FOIP Act, then we can reconvene in private at 1:30.
So I'll move that, subject to Section 17 of the MGA, that I move into private at 1:30.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and we'll be meeting in the Councilors Boardroom?
That's correct.
Okay, yeah. Cool. Thank you, everyone. See you at 1:30.
Do we need to?
Second.
Oh, yes. Please vote. Oh,
Do I still have the chair? or-
You
Yes.
do. You have the chair.
You moved the motion, so we're voting.
I closed my e-scribe, so affirmative.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Could you display the vote, please? And that motion has been carried. We're adjourning till 1:30. Thank
Cool.
you.
thank you, Councilor Wright.